to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby. Give it to me, baby.
Alright, man. How do these fucking... Yeah, what's up, everybody? What the fuck is good, like the fucking thing said? What's that? I know I've been kind of slacking on my macking with the grind. I gotta give my girl some love, bro, some attention. That's what I've been trying to do. I'm gonna continue to do that, bro. I want my girl to be happy. Anyway, as far as the streams go, I'm still gonna stream just as consistent. I know, sounds weird, but it's just the way that I conduct myself. I need to conduct myself better as far as my relationship goes and things like that. But outside of that, as far as streaming in my relationship with you guys, I need to work on so,
back all unused in this age. Have a safe journey.
So I just did my first Volcano Manor quest, so I'm assuming I need to go do more.
Oh, there you are. Have you heard? Lady, along the dark path of Empyrean. From Renna, it would not have been possible with as Lady Rani's war counselor, and moreover, her child. You and only. My purpose. I've served Lady Rani for as long. It has been a long. Now Lady Rani is in your. I pray that you serve her well. Lady Rani, along. Now, Lady, I pray that.
Welcome to the stream. What's good, my friend? Should I play some music? I'm not trying to have every single one of my streams get flagged, you know? I'll just leave it be. We could just listen to the game music. I'll turn the game music up, which I don't normally do. Maybe I'll play some YouTube videos. I'm gonna switch my room around at some point so I can put the other desk behind me with that TV, and that way I can do like a live react to videos. Because I spend a lot of time on YouTube as it is, right? And I don't really have the editing savvy or time to put into that with all the time I spent actually playing the game, so. But I do try to upload to my social medias as much as possible with all the content. I know some people might not call it content because I don't edit so much and stuff, but I just don't have that in me. You know, I can't do that myself. But I'm not saying I wouldn't if I did, you know, like, if I could, I would. Fuck. Get off my ass, is what I'm trying to say. That's what you be perfect. I'm fallible. I make mistakes. I reflect. I try to grow. You know, I don't allow myself to stay too stagnant mentally. That's cool. Maniac. But see, that's the thing. How do I know what the fuck straight is? Man? I can't tell. I'm like, my head's not back. How do I, like, is this supposed to be on my neck? Somebody let me know, man. How do these chairs fucking work? Is it supposed to be in the back of my head or the back of my neck? Because if it's on the back of my head, then I feel like my head's like, you know, like this. Like, I'm like, so like, is it because it's too far up now? Should I just lean it back? But then my neck still feels strained away from the chair. So is this supposed to be just to rest on my neck? But then again, when it's on my neck, even that feels kind of like off. I haven't beat that guy who kept killing me. I'm gonna have to figure out who the fuck, where the fuck that guy went. I still owe that guy an ass kicking. What's his name? I forgot. Damn. He kept invading me whenever I would go to certain places. Like there was this one shack I would keep spawning at, and then he'd be there.
You know a fame when he glimpsed, and as such.
There you are. Shall we commence the lesson? What's this? Ah, master is a stir to make us both. We can speak more. Your appetite for learning.
What the hell is wrong? You trying to start? Piss off. Ah, that neck. Show me, and I'll consider part. I'm not in love with him. You're a shrewd one, she. First, you hand me the runes.
What the fuck? Just going and talk to people like a pro.
All right, things no damn use to anyone anyway. Your bloody idea, mate. Don't come crying to me later. Oh. All right then. I could be. Oh. So you meant. All right. Well, sod the particulars of the matter. But it ain't my fault she's stupid enough to get duped, is it? Anyway, she ain't all right, that one. Lucky she ain't died on the bloody roadside, I reckon. Never met someone with a taste for prawn I couldn't trust. I'll be seeing you.
Not everyone can tell.
to learn. Why, of course. You've taken an apprenticeship with Selin. Well, that is something. Selin was well known. The most promising sorceress in the history of the Academy. I followed her at school. But there may as well have been an ocean between us. But Selin was expelled from the Academy, accused of unthinkable treatment of certain sorcerers, under the name of the Graven Witch. I still don't believe the accusations. The illustrious Selin would never do such things. So you found yourself a glintstone, but I certainly can't take it from. That key belongs to you. By right, you should use it for yourself. It's true. I wish to, but that's no excuse to impose upon others. Oh, is this why Bluntstones always finish last? Head to the Academy of Rea Lucaria. Carry on. Don't bother holding yourself up for my sake.
Guys, I need help. I can't sit straight. I need to sit straight. I need my posture to be not worsening. It's getting worse. I'm not doing anything to really properly assist and help that, prevent that. Hmm.
you again. I don't want any... All done? Well, you...
Today is Saturday, right?
Now she's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree. Now, I'm tracing the path Melania took. She's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree. Now, I'm tracing the path Melania took. She's passed into the lands that lie beyond the Erd Tree.
Matter.
Hello again.
You've completed your I am pleased. Now you are a recusant true, and a full-fledged member of the Volcano Manor. This is your reward, as promised. Never forget that the recusant fights to tread the path of the champion. The way is tainted, but for this very reason, it is the true path to valor. Now you are a recusant. I am pleased. Now I am pleased.
Have you ever heard any strange sounds here? Something beyond the walls? Oh, fie, what am I? It just isn't possible. Sometimes I hear like breathing. Oh. Sometimes like, oh.
So, you've blooded your sword in the hunt. Then I shall introduce myself once more. Banal. A recusant, just like you. Recusants have particular battle arts, styled to our methods of slaughter. Why not add some to your repertoire? You've come to understand now, eh? To take power and make it his own, the recusant must hunt his own kind. To raise the flag of revolt against this sanctified pillaging, we recusants must become the most wretched of predators. All you can do is laugh. Well. You're still alive. Well.
Yo, what's up though? What's up, everybody? How you guys doing today? Anybody see that Death on the Nile movie? That shit, that's fucking crazy. That movie was super crazy. Really fucking good.
Oi, didn't we?
to the... where it is a go... You're... to the east. Ruins of gold. To the west. The serpent's sacrilege. Wherever the path leads, so shall you follow. Wherever the path leads, only more sorrow. 'Tis a curse. A curse. The curse of Queen Marika.
I can't trust someone to make sweets. Who doesn't? Who has diabetes? Is that weird? Is that fucked up? My girlfriend's mom has for 5 years now always made snacks and things and gave them to us to eat, but I never eat them. Never even taste them. All because at earlier stages she cooked some things, they were kind of gross, and then I was told she had diabetes. And I was like, that's why everything's always so fucking sweet. She doesn't even taste it. Or if she does, it's just like wonky taste buds. So, but we'll see. All right. Oh my god. Not bad. Not bad at all. She could sell these. I mean, I don't want to eat anymore because it's so sweet, but it's not sweet in a bad way. It's sweet in a marketable way. Wow. There is like a hollowness to it. Maybe it's been sitting out. Maybe it's just something's there, like an airiness for sure, like a floweriness. Come on, Maddie.
guys don't care about it. They just, I'm just voicing their opinions. I care. Yeah, what's it? A lot of guys don't care about it. They just, I'm just voicing their opinions. I care. Yeah, what's it? Can I sell feet pictures for hundreds, if not thousands of dollars, and possibly make a living off of it? I gonna replace it weird. It is what it is.
asking for a roadmap a lot, and it took a while. Now that we have the roadmap, I don't want it. Take it back. I didn't know. Take it back.
We all know Season 2 wasn't going to have the most content, but they released that trailer. The maps looked interesting. The game modes looked interesting. It made me want to reinstall Halo Infinite and maybe try it out again and see how Season 2 is. And it had a smile and 3 for 3 jumps in. It takes a steaming hot shit on my face
up.
The Forge opened September target question mark? So that means no, it's not coming to very clear, not this year sucks, because that's the big thing. They've saved this game, the Forge games, and all the shit.
I like him. That is just like bullshit. It's all. It's like, yeah, someday you're getting stuff. It's just like, yeah, they can open up. themselves. I mean, the game's getting neglected. You know what I mean? Yeah, two people working at their company. People are saying, oh, don't worry, guys, I'm not getting neglected.
on Halo Infinite multiple times in the years leading up to launch. So these guys, in some capacity, have been playing Halo Infinite since 2019. Now they were and still are under a lot of NDAs, so we may never know specifically what they got to play and see.
All right. All right.
So with that in mind, please enjoy the selection of
All right, nigga. Better. I'm gonna take this thing off my head. I'll be right back.
So back in 2019, I actually got invited to be part of a secret council of followers. Basically, what I'm saying is I've been playing Halo Infinite for the last couple of years. Finally, we got early looks and things. We got to play test Halo Infinite for a year. Yo, sprinting game. Everybody leave. All right, that's it. Okay, well, at least we're back. Confirmed. Bro, this. What did that say? New weapon? I don't know what that says. Pulse carbine. Pulse carbine. No, pick up. Commando. It's like all new weapons. What's that? What does that say? Armor pieces flew off when he hit him. Spike grenades. Pick up fusion. Did you see that? Pick up fusion coil. And there's a shield. And that's a hook. Grapple confirmed. Ravager. Oh, look at the shield. New weapon. I don't even know where to pick this up. Oh, look at this. It's like a brick pistol. This gun looks really strong. I don't know how I feel about this one in multiplayer. What's this? This is
I saw. No one, bitch. Like right out of the Key and Peele sketch when they say like bitch behind their wives back really softly. And then drinking from an empty can because he's nervous and scared afterwards. The can's very much empty. It's perfect. It's perfect. He regretted it the second it came out. He started regretting it before it came out. His heart is pounding right now. We've all been there where you say something, you know, immediately that shit out. Speakers are just being real assholes.
The computer wasn't broke till I got this monitor. Now it's completely fucked to shit.
Yeah, the monitor really blew up. Speakers in the way.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah, get that shit out. Speakers are just being real assholes.
There's still a speaker on the desk. Get that shit out. Oh, nice. That should help. There we go. We have plenty of space to run it, I'd say.
Looks like I'm retired.
Well, I mean, not forever. You can get another monitor. But it might be best if you did for your own mental health and like the safety of all driving.
Video. That will permanently playing semi.
But it might be best if you did for your own mental health and like the safety of all driving.
Video. That will permanently playing semi. You know, got my fucking life bar, sword.
Dun 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 dun. Pull me back in.
Looks like mobile games are back on the menu, folks. Kingdom Hearts Missing Link was the first of two brand new games at Kingdom Hearts 20th anniversary event. This video will explain what is happening in the trailer from both a lore and gameplay perspective, and we have a good amount to talk about for such a short trailer. So without further ado, let's dive right in. The trailer opens with the phrase, "an unwritten era." A super quick cut of 4 important events from the back cover and then a quick pause before we see shots from Dark Road, Birthright Sleep, and finally Kingdom Hearts 1 that all revolve around Satan. The second set quickly reverse themselves to take us back to the past, 22 sets of shots. Phase, everything is connected. That was a pretty clear hint that this story will be taking place between the ancient era of Kingdom Hearts and the modern era of Dark Road. Just like in the Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer, the Missing Link trailer shows us gameplay sandwiched in between story cutscenes, all accompanied by an absolute banger of a Let's start with the gameplay and dive fully into the world performance of the nice computer we see in most Kingdom Hearts games. This is a third-person action game. Leave it, control a young breakwater as the other ones. They're sitting around a low-quality city. The circle printed around them that seems to act as some sort of radar. It's possibly for detecting harvests or items. The map that is shown in the background gives us very strong Pokemon Go vibes. It does make a little bit of sense. In the Overworld Review, the main character Ringo was very enthralled by Fango, a Final Fantasy-inspired knockoff of Pokemon Go. So Square Enix is clearly aware of Pokemon Go's existence and popularity. Given that Pokemon Go is consistently one of the highest grossing mobile games, it's certainly understandable why they would want to piece it back up. The answer comes then. They're not backed by all the map data and information collection of Google. I can't imagine Square Enix would have the know-how, or more importantly, the resources, to be able to make a Kingdom Hearts themed Pokemon Go rip. And even then, I'm not sure if they would want to. From interviews, it sounds like this game will have AR elements that you can use the power of your Keyblade, but that won't be compulsory to play the game. In any case, we see a playable character dressed in a white coat that is able to walk around this town and completely without gravity, just as Sora does in Kingdom Hearts 3, by scaling right up the sides of buildings. We also see him enter combat encounters with the Heartless that, at least in this case, appear to start immediately on this low-res city map. We're able to attack with Keyblade strikes, much like Sora would when tapping the attack button. It seems like you can also cast special attacks by using figures or statues that bear the likeness of characters from the rest of the series. This is very similar to Kingdom Hearts Key in Christ Soul Dark Road, in which the playable character will pull off special attacks by channeling the power of characters from the future of the series, one of the many abilities of Kingdom Hearts. We see the playable character in a white outfit and a red keyblade shooting off an Aroga attack by using a Sora figure, a water attack with a Donald figure, what looks like a spark type attack with Terra, a fire attack with an blizzard attack with Aqua, though it is noticeably missing the ice trail that would allow the playable character to fly thunder attack with a different Kingdom Hearts 3 Sora figure, and some sort of earthy meteor attack by using all of the combat we have seen so far to make a point scale by one character. And over to the much, honestly, better-looking Kingdom Corona and see a different playable character, what appears to be a female dressed in a much more red outfit, using a different fire attack, someone by using a Kingdom Hearts 3 Riku figure. This character is using the same red keyblade as our previous character, which is something to keep in mind as we move to our next character in the green outfit. She is rather different, and instead of attacking keyblade strikes during her regular combat, she seems to attack with these small projectiles while kind of gliding around. In a manner that really reminds me of our characters moving through the world. She then pulls off another spark dive type attack with a Terra figure. We see the red wearing character pulling off a multi-hit physical combo by using what looks like a Kingdom Hearts 2 card figure, and then the same attack again being performed in an outdoor arena, both of which appear to be areas in Scarlet Act Island. We then cut to an outdoor area that looks very much like the Dark World version of Enchanted Dominion, 0.2 Birth by Sleep, where multiple player-controlled characters appear to be able to be against a dark side boss. The Missing Link website is confirming the game will feature multiplayer up to 6 players, just as the multiplayer mode in Unicross did. Our character in white now wields a different keyblade, with a silver and blue colour scheme and a far skinnier build than the previous 2 keyblades. I believe this may be a clue that the keyblades you equip might determine your class. Perhaps the red one would focus more on physical keyblade strikes, the power archetype, the green one a speedier class, and perhaps the blue is a damage. There is basis for this possibility. First, you would select one keyblade to use for a quest, and you would choose that keyblade to wanted to use in that quest. Power, speed, magic, or various hybrids of the 3 archetypes. We see a few more special attacks being pulled off before cutting back to the solid content. It's very clear that Missing Link is reusing assets from Kingdom Hearts 3, particularly the character animations, the attacks, the enemy character models, and of course the worlds themselves. This probably means that, aside from Scala and the Kingdom of Corona, we could likely see many other worlds using Kingdom Hearts 3 and 0.2, so hopefully we get to see everyone's favourite world again. Right. It's going to be interesting to see how they explain Rick's existing Kingdom Hearts 3 assets and to the story. Perhaps they'll bring up the second point at that point. Kingdom Hearts 3 only the same attention, even though it's as we can see, Missing Link these are offered for real world money. That's sped up by using such as these figures and shoulders or mechanics. These remind me very much of the figures from Pokemon Visual, stylized statues with effects representing the attacks they have. I'm sure a lot of people aren't thrilled about this, and to be honest, I very much hate gacha games and the manipulative practices that they employ, but you do kind of have to understand Square's reasoning behind it. They make so much money compared to the cost of investment, and allow for the regular release of content while the bigger projects are in development. People are, for some reason, conditioned to regularly spending ridiculous amounts of money on these luxurious items. This really go away if you gave the service a turn around. Selling is a 3D model of a reused asset, but hey, I'm not in charge of the internet. I really started this YouTube channel when I and I guess I'm going to do some little more advancements here. I'm sure as many people as possible. So one story, let's make this more sharp. Establish this game is a massive time. To brush up on a lot of those things. I've already done a summary of the story, and as soon as that quote's finale, thumbs up and summary of that scene. Setting the missing link seems to be launching off from the Scarlet ad cloud seen at the end of Human Cross, and the hero of December addressing the history of this the Scarlet to me at least appears to be a very different place from the one shown during the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 and during Dark Road. We can be pretty confident that Afima created this one that Missing Link takes place in, that he washed ashore after the destruction of Daybreak Town and used the Master Defender Keyblade to create this world. The people here even honor him with a statue recognizing his achievements. I have some weird theories about this place, such as that it exists on the opposite side of reality to the Scala that we're familiar with, or that this place itself will also be nearly destroyed, and the Scala that we're familiar with will rise from the ashes. But what we know for sure is that this is the world where Brain arrived after he travelled through time. It was found by a person named Sigurd, who knew he would be arriving at this exact time and place. To me, what this says, and again this is not confirmed, is that Afima has long since passed away, but before his death, he looked through the Book of Prophecies and knew that his friend Brain would be arriving at this exact time, and ensured that his followers would greet Brain here at this exact time and place, and would probably arrange for his Keyblade and the Book of Prophecies to be returned to him. Back to the Missing Link trailer. We immediately see someone in a very familiar black coat walking through this scholar, wielding the Master of Masters Keyblade. Now, the last person we saw wielding the Master of Masters Keyblade, chronologically, is whoever this person is at the very end of Kingdom Hearts Human Cross. Now, clearly, they have Brain's face, which makes Brain the obvious candidate for working there. However, I don't think we can be entirely certain of that, because, well, Brain is already accounted for. He is straight up stated to have time travelled at the moment of Daybreak Town's destruction. And I've already explained how this could be possible. If he took the one remaining pod intended for our character, it remained in Daybreak Town. It's certainly worth noting that this could be a red herring, I guess, and that Brain could be different. But, I mean, Sigurd literally says that Brain escaped Daybreak Town against its destruction. The person seen here kinda has to be actually Brain this time travel, immediately prior to Daybreak Town. So then, who is this guy? Some people speculating that Luciu might have possessed Brain's body, thereby booting Brain's heart out of his own body, and that is how he time traveled into the future. And I just don't think that makes sense, given what we already know from Kingdom Hearts 3. Luciu writes in Kingdom Hearts 3 Secret Report number 12 that he bequeathed the Master of Masters Keyblade to one of the Union leaders, then went off and started stealing bodies. So to me, the only person that this makes sense to be is some sort of data backup of Brain. Or is nobody. A theory I have already gone into length about during this video. We can argue about the specifics of who this person at the end of Union Cross is later, but I feel like our only real clue of as of right now, as to who this person shown in Missing Link could be, kind of has to be either this person, or their apprentice, and so on, depending on how much time has passed between Afima founding this world and now. We know that Master Odin will be hanging the Keyblade in his classroom before too much time has passed, before the Keyblade falls to Xehanort. So, perhaps it's Master Odin? And I guess it's worth noting that, potentially Luciu or the Master of Masters himself could have stepped in now to correct the course of the Keyblade and place it where it needs to be, but I just don't get the feeling that that's what's happening. What is very important to note about them is that the person covers the Master of Masters in Keyblade. This is a pretty important action. For those that aren't familiar, the Master of Masters used this eye to look forward into the future from the most distant past, and uses this information. If you can't see, then these events cannot be included in the book. The implication is clear then, that this is a time may not be known by the Master of Masters, nor by the Darknesses that are said to observe the book, which is first claim that the people here must in this time period to know that Brain was due to arrive. Something is clearly suspicious here. Trusts Sigurd and his organization? It also gives us a clue about this person in the black cloak. Someone who is aware of the Master of Monsters' plan. This is different to Xehanort, who will inherit the Keyblade much later, and doesn't seem aware of the Master of Monsters' ability to cure forward. We next see a young man dressed in a white sort of duster jacket, our playable character that we mentioned earlier, who approaches the Fountain Square honoring Master Ethan. The outfit is very much reminiscent of Sigurd's brother, thus, his face is wearing a style hat. The duster, pants, and boots are very similar to Sigurd's, just in white instead of Sigurd's purple and black. We know that Sigurd is part of some sort of organization. We saw him radioing the news of Brain's arrival back to his headquarters, and we actually see our new character similar, touching his left hand to his left ear, and presumably either relaying a message of his own. Summons his Keyblade, and appears to give some sort of a salute to everyone. The camera pans out to reveal the judging by the coloration of this young man's outfit, perhaps he's of a different rank in this organization. Started black coat. Or maybe this young man literally is. And we will be learning about the time period before Brain's arrival. This character, of course, could be someone completely new. And if we're kidding, we may as well have fun with it. I mean, you still have to know yourselves we're up to before joining the organization. And even absolutely seen Missing Link or even Dark Road's finale, giving us some insight into those characters' histories. Of course, this character could literally just be the playable character of the game. We will immediately be able to customize them into whatever appearance, gender, and class that we want. But, I don't know, this gives me important character vibes. Maybe we play as him in the tutorial before we get to pick another character. But I'm getting bogged down here. Let's move on. We see our black-coated person one last time, before seeing Brain himself in all his 3D glory, basically confirming that this game will be showing us the exact time period following his arrival. This is solidified by the voiceover that we have been hearing over all the cutscenes. Light and darkness brought about the beginning, and hearts nurtured it. Life was passed down time and time again, till the land was filled with thriving people. This is a city of light and darkness, dreams and distortion, the remembered and the forgotten. Scala ad Caelum. Here people gathered to be part of a whole, in societies that sprawled and branched like veins through the city. The night you awoke in this world, the stars shone contorted in the pitch-black sky. It sounds like the unknown speaker is describing their history of this world to someone, and based off the night you awoke in this world part of his sentence, I have to assume he was talking to Brain. To me, this implies the speaker is Sigurd, and that this conversation is happening some time after Brain settled into this new world. Sorry, future Damien here. Turns out this is exactly who is speaking. The meaning behind the mysterious X from Nomura's 20th anniversary message has been revealed to be a cryptic clue, essentially revealing that Sigurd is the narrator of both the Kingdom Hearts Missing Link and Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. We'll have to come back and cover this later, but the first 20 minutes... I don't think we can merely a black coat. Was found by recognizing his achievements. Say a younger version of him, and we will be learning about the time period. The thing is clearly suspicious here. Can we trust Sigurd and his organization? It also gives us a clue about this person in the Black Cloak's identity. They are someone who is aware of the Master of Masters' plan. This is different to, say, Master Xehanort, who will inherit the Keyblade much later, and doesn't seem aware of the Master character. But I'm getting bogged down here. Let's move on. We see our black-coated person one last time, before seeing Brain himself in all his 3D glory, basically confirming that this game will be showing us the exact time period following his arrival. This is solidified by the voiceover that we have been hearing over all the content. Light and darkness brought about the beginning, and hearts nurtured it. Life was passed down time and time again, till the land was filled with thriving people. This is a city of light and darkness, dreams and distortion, the remembered and the forgotten. Scala ad Caelum. Here people gathered to be part of a whole, in societies that sprawled and branched like veins through the city. The night you awoke in this world, the stars shone contorted in the pitch-black sky. It sounds like the unknown speaker is describing their history of this world to someone, and based off the night you were working this world part of his sentence, I have to assume he was talking to Brent. To me, why is the speaker is so good, and that this conversation is happening sometime after Brent has settled into this new world. Sorry, future Damien here. Turns out this is exactly who is speaking. The meaning behind the mysterious X from Nomura's 20th anniversary message has been revealed to be a cryptic clue, essentially revealing that Sigurd is the narrator of both the Kingdom Hearts Missing Link and Kingdom Hearts 4 trailer. I'll have to come back and cover this later, but enormous kudos to the people that solved this really well. So that is everything contained within the initial Missing Link trailer, and I'm actually pretty excited for it. More Kingdom Hearts lore delivered directly to my phone for free? What's not to like? You know, apart from the predatory microtransaction riddled hell, they can very quickly become. I'm definitely going to try and be a part of the beta later this year, and even if I don't make it in, I'll certainly be producing some free-to-play parts of the game, as well as, of course, story summaries of the plot. I aim to cover some of the misconceptions I've seen around this title, and the lore, and a little bit more as well.
I'm looking to order food, sorry, and I'm letting my hair dry.
All the best.
Kingdom Hearts games is one of my favorite franchises, right there with Sonic, Mega Man, Metal Gear. What you might know with all of these is that at one point,
Last November, Capcom fell victim to a cyber attack that leaked a ton of Resident Evil projects. Well, most of the leaked games are stands out to me from the rest, and surprisingly, the info we have for this game is the leaked release date set for Q4 of 2024. In terms of the title having the word Hank in it, it does seem possible that this could be a code name referring to the favorite character Punk. I think we can all agree at this point that Punk needs to make a return to the series since he's been absent for quite some time now. But the thing is, we really don't even know what happened after the Resident incident. Right after Resident Evil 2, we did have one more mission, which was to deliver a special cargo from the World's Transport Terminal in the Antarctic to Rockford Island. Ever since then, he's been absent from the Resident Evil story. So, what has he been doing this whole time? The question is really up in the air for speculation. There is a good chance that he has just been laying low to avoid government persecution, but it's also argued that he is so good at how to deliver special cargo.
Yeah, where the fuck is Hank? Huh? I like Hank.
It does seem possible that this could be a code name referring to the I think we can all agree at this point that Punk needs to make a return to the series since he has been absent for quite some time now. But the thing is, we really don't even know what happened after the incident. Right after Resident Evil 2, we did have one more mission to deliver special terminal in the Antarctic to Rockford Island. Since then, he has been absent from the Resident Evil story. So, what has he been doing this whole time? The question is really up in the air for speculation. There is a good chance that he has just been laying low to avoid government persecution, but it's also argued that he is so good at hiding his identity that he is not even worried about going into hiding, which I do think is more likely. With that being said, since he is so good at hiding his identity, what if he has been involved in the series this entire time? With him keeping his identity hidden, there's really no way of knowing. Specifically, I want to take a look back at Resident Evil 7 and 8. At the end of Resident Evil 7, we can see Blue Umbrella show up to investigate the Baker's house. When they arrive, we can see that they're protecting their identity with their masks. You get a better look of this at the ending cutscene for the end of Zoe DLC. At the end, we see Chris and some troops all storm the house. As you can see, they are all masked up, so there's no way of knowing who these people are. Like, what if this soldier that just stormed into the house is hung? We will never know, at least for now. And what's even more interesting is that in Resident Evil 7, it was said that there are many at Blue Umbrella that were also part of the old Umbrella. Hunk, as we know, was the best soldier working for Umbrella. So with his insane skill and combat experience, he would fit perfectly as a member of Blue Umbrella. Same thing can be said about Chris's Han Wolf Squad in Resident Evil 8. In concept art, we actually do get some information on them. It states from the left to right, you have Umber Eyes, a veteran sniper, K9, a young dog handler, Lobo, a machine gunner, Night Owl, which works with communications, and Tundra, a former undercover agent for the DEA. Once again, we have a similar situation where 4 out of the 5 troops are completely concealed and their identities hidden. I do believe that it is very well possible that one of these troops could be Hunk, because when Chris picked his crew, he probably decided on the best of the best, but also people he could rely on. What do you know, Hunk fits both of those categories. At the end of Resident Evil 8, we do learn that the BSAA has been creating bioweapon clones of Chris. You can see that Chris is clearly angered and makes it pretty clear that he is going to get his revenge. With that said, it is likely that this will be a setup for a future Resident Evil game. There are some people thinking that this mission will be in the Resident Evil 8 DLC, but I really don't think it will be. The reason I'm doubtful is because Capcom stated after the game was released that they didn't have plans to make DLC, but changed their mind due to high demand. So if they didn't plan the DLC till after finishing the Resident Evil 8 story, then that tells me that the ending has nothing to do with the DLC and is planned for a future Resident Evil game instead. But anyways, like I was saying, the setup for a future Resident Evil game will most likely feature Chris and the Han Wolf Squad infiltrating the BSAA and taking out all of the bioweapons that they have created. With that said, this would be the perfect time for Hunk to make his appearance in the game, or if he currently isn't working for Blue Umbrella, this would be a perfect opportunity for Hunk to team up with Chris and take out all of the bioweapons. With this, Hunk could be a playable character, or maybe we can even see a similar partner system with Resident Evil 5. All that said, a lot of people think this story I just went over is going to be Resident Evil 9. What if this setup is actually for the leaked Resident Evil 8 game? To me, it just seems like a very solid setup for Hunk to make his long-awaited appearance. Another thing that's worth mentioning is Resident Evil 7 and 8 were 2 games that took a very different approach to your typical Resident Evil game. 7 was terrifying and had Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibes, and we also had the new molded enemies instead of zombies. And then in Resident Evil 8, we had all these weird creatures in unique settings. Just not typical stuff you would expect to see in a Resident Evil game. That said, this nice setup of storming the BSAA and taking out some BOWs is more like a typical Resident Evil game. With Resident Evil 9 being the last game in a 3-part trilogy, I do think it's more likely that Capcom will keep the same approach of 7 and 8 by going outside of the box and making something unique. Even if everything I just brainstormed is totally inaccurate, maybe this Resident Evil Hank game can go through Hunk's backstory. Hunk is easily the most mysterious character in the Resident Evil franchise, as we know little to nothing about him. So I do think it would be necessary to play through Hunk's perspective during the Raccoon City incidents, as well as explore his backstory in depth. In this game, it would cover his special training on Rockford Island, cover his mission of obtaining a G-Virus sample, and cover his mission of delivering cargo to Rockford Island. It's time that Capcom finally uncovers the many mysteries of the character, and that is what I got for this video. Make sure to comment down below your thoughts about this leaked game. Thanks for watching, guys, and I'll see you next time.
Yo. Hello? 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 Asshole. Alright guys, I just ordered from this place called Fully Loaded Potatoes. It looked really fucking great. So I can't wait to get this. Damn, did I order my shit on priority though?
What's up, my common comrades? Today we cover the long-awaited Justice League issue 75. Months ago, DC told us this is
Alright guys, I don't care about Grindelwald, but I like... Yeah, I'm not gonna look at him just because of that. That's kind of goofy. What am I saying? Don't really care about Peacemaker fighting the Thing.
Basically, a MCU Doctor Strange reflection. So let's dive in, shall we?
Shout out Variant with the recap. Yo, when the fuck does Multiverse of Madness come out? Does it come out like tomorrow? Like, damn.
Major player in Marvel's world. Crashing his Lamborghini while he was driving. He was which would make him look better and elevate his circumstance. We all know it's important not to touch the ground. It's the same. He's in X-rays and can't drive either. The lesson he learns the hard way because while he was doing exactly that, he lived with his permanently disfigured and unable to operate. His former girlfriend, Dr. Palmer, tried to help Steve cope and run with his life now that he no longer certain. But come on, which would make him look better and elevate his circumstances. We all know he replies saying that he did not believe in fairy tales, at which point he demonstrates her power to Strange by pushing his astral form out of his physical form. She then throws him back. For a moment, you enter the astral dimension, a place where the soul exists. He then sends him to several other dimensions. She then pulls him back in and explains, for a moment you enter the astral dimension, a place where the soul exists apart from him. He's still hesitant, thinking she's like his temple. He then sends him to several other dimensions, and then she brings him back and says, she denies him at first before reluctantly agreeing to bring him due to the little sorcerer, Icelandic. He just so happens to be the villain of the movie. Long story short, we all know what happens from here. Strange studies under the ancient Baron Mordo, as well as doing all the research he can from the ancient books in the library, but is guarded by Master Law. Strange then proves himself a quick study, learning how to bend time with the crystal eye of Mordo. He also acquires the cloak of levitation of Battles of Sirius with his abilities. Along the way, Mordo becomes disillusioned with the ancient one after hearing reports that she was deriving her power from the dark dimension in order to sustain her long life. This is ultimately the push Mordo needed to become a villain. After this, Sirius kills the ancient one. Before she dies, she tells Strange he's gonna have to bend the rules while working with Mordo's steadfast nature in order to defeat Caecilius. By the end, Strange would help Mordo and Wong defeat Caecilius and Dormammu, giving us the famous Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Strange takes up residence in the New York Sanctum to continue his studies and watch for threats on Earth. Then in the post-credit scene, we see Doctor Strange, who is wearing his classic yellow gloves from the comics, mind you, meet up with Thor. He tells Thor, so I keep a watch list of individuals and beings from other realms that may be a threat to this world. And your adopted brother Loki is one of those beings. Thor says, a worthy inclusion. Strange asks, yeah, so why bring him here to New York? Thor says, it's a bit of a long story. Family drama. That kind of thing. but we're looking for my father. Strange goes on to ask, oh, okay, so if you found Odin, you'd all return to Asgard promptly? Thor says, oh yes, promptly. And it ends with Doctor Strange saying, great, allow me to help. This brings us to Doctor Strange's second appearance in the MCU, which is obviously Thor Ragnarok. We basically see an expanded version of the post-credit scene in Doctor Strange with his interaction with Thor. We learned that when Thor and Loki came to New York, Strange trapped Loki in a falling portal and then invites Thor into his New York sanctum. He proceeds to question Thor on his motives, explaining that Loki is a threat to Earth and they need to go. Thor says they're just searching for their father, so Strange finds him and releases Loki and then creates a portal and that's the extent of Doctor Strange's involvement in Thor Ragnarok. Very short, but really cool nonetheless. And again, we got to see him wear his classic yellow gloves as given to him by the great Steve Ditko in his first appearance in Strange Tales issue 110. Third appearance in the MCU, which is Avengers Infinity War from 2019. Within the first 10 minutes of the film, we see Strange and Wong heading out of the New York sanctum to get a sandwich at a deli. But before they could leave, Bruce Banner comes crashing through their roof, telling them that Thanos is coming. Strange asks, who? You're then taken to Tony Stark and Pepper Potts, who are having a conversation, but it's interrupted by Doctor Strange, who comes through a portal, basically saying, Tony, we need your help. The whole fate of the universe is at stake. Tony's hesitant, but Banner comes walking through as well, saying, Tony, it's true. He goes with Strange and Banner back to his New York sanctum, where we see Wong and Strange explain what the Infinity Stone is, realizing that Thanos is trying to collect all 6 stones. Tells him, no telling. He has the power in space stones. That already makes him the strongest creature in the whole universe. If he gets his hands on all 6 stones, Tony, Strange interrupts saying he can destroy life on a scale hitherto undreamt of. As they continue to discuss their game plan on keeping the stones away from Thanos, 2 members of the Children of Thanos arrive in New York City, called the Mall and Culver City. They invaded New York to take the Time Stone from Doctor Strange, which resides in the Eye of Agamotto. While they're in New York, Peter Parker's Peter Tingle goes off when he arrives to help Strange, Tony, Wong, and Banner. Everyone was able to capture Strange, but was unable to take the stone from him due to the enchantment Strange placed on. So he takes Strange in a spaceship to torture him until he breaks the spell or Strange releases it. But come on, this is the Avengers. It ain't over till it's over. And Iron Man and Spider-Man go after Strange and infiltrate the ship, kill them all, and rescue Strange. After saving Strange, they have a run-in with Star-Lord, Drax, and Mantis, who also invaded Paul's ship, looking for Thanos and Gamora. The 6 of them start fighting before realizing they're all on the same side. Anyway, they then land on planet Titan, where they're waiting for Thanos to show up, and while they wait, the 6 of them form a plan to fight against Thanos once he arrives. Meanwhile, Strange uses his time stone to see into the future to watch all the possible outcomes in the coming conflict. Star-Lord asks, how many did you see? Strange answers, 14,605. Tony then asks, how many did you win? Strange replies, 1. Eventually, Thanos shows up and they enact their plan. And their plan almost worked and would have worked if it wasn't for a pissed-off Quill finding out that Thanos had just been Gamora, which causes Quill to attack Thanos and come out of intense man. After this, Doctor Strange has a brief one-on-one duel with Thanos, but Thanos beats him and severely wounds Iron Man right after. Strange then says to Thanos, spare his life and I will give you the stone. Thanos agrees as Tony tells Strange not to, but he does it anyway, and with that, Thanos takes the Time Stone, now only needing the Mind Stone. Thanos then teleports back to Earth to get a 6th and final stone from Vision's head. Meanwhile, on Titan, Tony asks Strange, why would you do that? He replies, then back on Earth, Thanos arrives and inevitably defeats the Avengers, taking the Mind Stone from Vision's head. Thor, in a last-ditch effort, throws Stormbreaker and drags it through Thanos' head. At this point, Thanos gives us the infamous line, you should have gone for the head, and then snaps the goal of getting rid of half the bringing his twisted form of balance to the galaxy, allowing there to be enough resources for those that are left. Back on planet Titan, we see that Doctor Strange is one of the many Avengers to fade away in the cliff, telling Stark before he disintegrates, he was moving away. This brings us to the sequel of Avengers Infinity War, 2019's Avengers Endgame. In this film, 5 years have passed and everyone left on Earth is still coping with the loss of friends, family, and loved ones. But Tony Stark, Captain America, Ant-Man, the Hulk, Black Widow, and Hawkeye band together to undo what Thanos did. And as we all know by now, they were of course successful by going back in time and regathering all the Infinity Stones. They then came back to the present to put on Iron Man's nano gauntlet, and the Hulk puts on said nano gauntlet and snaps his fingers to undo what Thanos did, just as the past version of Thanos comes to the present to stop them. If that's confusing, welcome to Time Travel, everyone. Anyway, before Iron Man and Captain America fail to take out Thanos, Captain America is the last man standing, facing off against Thanos and his entire army. But this is Cap, the freaking first Avenger. He ain't giving up, even in the face of death. As he likes to say, he can do this all day. And just as he's about to go to battle with Thanos and his entire army alone, he gets a radio call from Falcon saying, Cap, can you hear me? On your left. As Doctor Strange's portals open up all over the place, and characters like Black Panther, Falcon, Doctor Strange himself, the Guardians of the Galaxy, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, and every other Avenger who disintegrated the Blip returns to fight by Captain America's side as he gives the single greatest Avengers Assemble call ever, while summoning Mjolnir. At which point, the Avengers get to work. While the single greatest battle in comic book live-action history happens, Doctor Strange keeps the battlefield from being flooded by the lake, and even hints to Tony Stark by holding one finger up that this is the one future where they win. Stark then knows what he has to do and is able to steal the stones back from Thanos, and now possessing them on his own gauntlet, snaps his fingers, wishing Thanos and his armies away, saving reality. One of the saddest yet greatest moments in comic book movie history. I teared up. I'm not gonna lie, that happened. This movie actually made me tear up 7 times. Anyway, after this, the last time we see Doctor Strange from before Multiverse of Madness is, of course, Spider-Man No Way Home. In 2021's No Way Home, we learned that Doctor Strange is no longer the Sorcerer Supreme. Find out that he's been gone for 5 years living a blip. Wong had to take over and accept the title of Sorcerer Supreme in his absence, and is still the Sorcerer Supreme in Spider-Man No Way Home, and even going into Multiverse of Madness. Spider-Man No Way Home picks up exactly where Spider-Man Far From Home left off. Spider-Man's secret identity being revealed to the world by Quentin Beck, aka Mysterio. Peter, who saved the world of Doctor Strange, gets the idea to visit him so he can cast a spell that would make the world forget Spider-Man. Strange agrees despite Wong telling him the spell he's going to use to do that is pretty dangerous. Turns out Wong was right because when Strange is performing the spell, it backfires due to Peter distracting Strange while he's performing it, saying, well, I want MJ to still remember I'm Spider-Man, and Ned, and Aunt May, making Strange alter the spell on the fly several times, which leads to Strange inadvertently breaking open the multiverse, causing several characters from alternate realities that know Peter Parker / Spider-Man to enter the main MCU universe. This then brings Spider-Man villains to the Tobey Maguire Spider-Verse and the Amazing Spider-Man and Garfield films. So we end up getting Dr. Octopus, Sandman, Green Goblin, the Lizard, and Electro all coming after Tom Holland's Spider-Man. We even see that Tom Hardy's Eddie Brock from the Sony Venom films is brought to the MCU, but he never comes into conflict with Spider-Man. It's just a tease at the end of the movie. Anyway, when Doctor Strange realizes this breach between universes, he begins rounding up and imprisoning the villains so he can send them back to their home universe all at the same time. But when he explains the situation to Tom Holland's Spider-Man, and Peter learns that most will die upon returning to their reality, Peter steals the relic Strange is using to contain the reversal spell, which leads to the two of them fighting inside the mirror dimension. In the middle of the fight, Peter realizes that everything in the mirror dimension is constructed by geometric shapes, that he could use his knowledge of geometry to his advantage. He actually says to Strange, you know what's cooler than magic? Math. Just as he uses his webbing to steal Dr. Strange's sling ring and escapes the mirror dimension, trapping Strange inside. Shortly after this, Ned gets a hold of the sling ring Spider-Man stole from Dr. Strange and tries to use it. And to everyone's surprise, he gets it to work, opening up 2 portals, which leads to a massive moment for us Spider-Man fans, because the 2 portals open to Andrew Garfield's Spider-Man and Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man, giving us something us Spider-Man fans only dreamed of seeing. All 3 live-action Spider-Man on screen at the same time, fighting side by side. But I digress. This episode is all about Doctor Strange, so let's stay focused. Anyway, as the 3 versions of Spider-Man are fighting all the Spider-Man villains that have been brought here from alternate realities, Ned releases Doctor Strange from the mirror dimension, and needless to say, Strange isn't thrilled with how things are going as he sees alternate versions of Spider-Man fighting the villains. At this point, the Green Goblin destroys Strange's relic, which results in the multiverse continuing to break wide open. Parker, as a last-ditch effort to restore things back to normal, or at least somewhat normal, tells Doctor Strange to reattempt the spell, but this time have everyone in the world, including Strange himself, forget about Peter Parker's existence. Strange is initially hesitant and warns Peter of the cost, but eventually agrees and does the spell anyway, which of course results in the alternate versions of Peter Parker and their corresponding villains return back to their universe. Everyone from the universe, including Strange himself, forgets about Peter Parker's existence, effectively kind of rebooting Peter Parker's Spider-Man in the MCU, as he's starting from ground zero all over again. But that is where we left Doctor Strange in the MCU. From what we could tell from the Multiverse of Madness trailers, Strange is dealing not only with the ramifications of the multiverse themselves that went wrong in No Way Home, but seemingly all the events that have been unfolding across the MCU. Loki, WandaVision, and What If. And with the teaser, the introduction of the Illuminati, including Patrick Stewart, Professor X, the possibility of turning to the dark side, side and the addition of America Chavez and her power set into the mix, I'm very curious to see exactly where the MCU takes Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. It's shaping up to be one of the best looking MCU movies ever, in my personal opinion. Anyway, that wraps up our Doctor Strange MCU recap. Beginning from the original Doctor Strange movie, all the way up to his most recent appearance in Spider-Man No Way Home. And now that we've all gotten a refresher, let us know what some of your theories are for Doctor Strange. And that's the today's episode of Avengers Films. And if you enjoyed today's video, check out this one right here. And if you like all of our content, subscribe, like, and comment. It always helps us out. But other than that, I'll see you guys next time when I talk about all things comic. Comrades, today we conclude our coverage of the Thor God of Hammer story arc with issues 22 and 23. The conclusion comes in issue 23, and as you can tell by the title of today's episode, things get real. If you haven't been following along with this arc or Diamond Kate's Thor run in general, you watch all or any of our previous videos on the series right here. But enough chit-chat, let's see how Kate brings God of Hammers to a close. Starts off with Beta Ray Bill, who, as we know, now wields the Twilight Sword, formerly Sator's sword, saying, if you wish to leave, now is the time. If you choose to stay, say a prayer to whatever God would keep it. One way or another, this will end in blood. As we see warriors rally behind him, we then see him hold his sword high in the air, telling all of Earth's mightiest heroes, many of you know me. All of you have no doubt heard tell of me. If not, you should know that Beta Ray Bill does not call upon you lightly. The situation at hand is grave. Mjolnir, the mighty hammer of our king, and brother Thor, has been compromised, poisoned by some great and destructive evil. He goes on to say, Thor needs us, all of us. As Asgard's master of war, I have pledged an oath to protect this and every realm and branch of the world tree until it withers and rots to nothing. And I say this, today shall not be that day, not while I stand. Stay at my back, do as I say, do not hesitate, move as one, strike and kill as one, move without fear. We do not yield, we do not tire or fall. Today, end this. Today, the thunder dies. As he leads heroes like the Fantastic Four, Iron Man, Doctor Strange, Spider-Man, Wolverine, Man-Thing, Captain Marvel, and more. After this, we are brought back to Thor, who's still fighting Mjolnir and Roxton. Thor, while holding his broken arm, which was broken last issue by Mjolnir, says, so that's it, is it? You've been possessed by the man god? Well, you've come to the right place, Mjolnir. I can help you. Let me beat the demon out of you. Mjolnir responds, not possessed, no. Join, intertwine. I am awake, Thor. I've been given a voice. Mjolnir then starts to attack Thor, saying, well, how does the saying go? When all you have is a hammer, as it starts to punch the ground over and over, causing the ground to open up and Odin to fall in, but Thor saves him. A loud bang then happens with Thor saying, gods, as we see Beta Ray Bill and several of Earth's mightiest heroes charging Mjolnir, as Doctor Strange says, not all of us, but alas, we do what we can, old friend. Thor then says, no, you have to run. You can't, as the essence of Mjolnir spins the hammer, blasting Thor's friends. Mjolnir then says to all of them, nails. All I see are nails, which is incredibly hardcore, because Mjolnir is a hammer. So calling everyone nails just as the essence of, as we see Beta Ray Bill and several of Earth's mightiest heroes charging Mjolnir, as Doctor Strange says, not all of us, but alas, we do what we can, old friend. Thor then says, no, you have to run. You can't, as the essence of Mjolnir spins the hammer, blasting Thor's friends. Mjolnir then says to all of them, nails. All I see are nails, which is incredibly hardcore, because Mjolnir is a hammer. So calling everyone nails just means she's going to pound them into the ground. Love it. Anyway, Earth's mightiest heroes continue to fight Mjolnir, but to no avail, with Iron Man saying, what is this thing? Nothing is working. Thor, seeing his friends being beaten, closes his eyes, falls to his knees, and says, Mother, I need you. Please hear me. Grant me your gifts. Give me your power, so that I may protect those in need, so that I may save my father, so that I may... there you are. Thank you. As his eyes start to glow with lightning, Thor then uses the power granted to him by his mother Gia to create a tornado storm around him and Mjolnir, locking his friends out from harm. Freya then tells Mr. Fantastic, who's asking what's going on with the energy tornado that's keeping them out, Thor did this to protect us. He is more than a hammer. He is a child of Midgard. I raised him, but his birth mother is Gia herself. Mjolnir may rebel against Thor, but the earth bends its knee. Mjolnir then compliments Thor by putting others before him and protecting his friends, and then says, I used to bleed across the stars, Thor. It was beautiful. The Mother Storm, shapeless, incandescent lights broke and scattered across my body. I was alive. I was feared. Luminous and dreadful and free. Your father trapped me eons ago. He used me, enchanted me, treated me like I was a toy. It took so long, but the man god opened my eyes. He's another of your father's sins, you know. He taught me that gods deserve a reckoning for these games they play. And so we began to unravel them, all of Odin's little toys. We began to break them, to set them free. Thor then realizes that Mjolnir was responsible for setting Donald Blake free, which caused them a huge headache several issues ago. Mjolnir then pushes the knife in even deeper, so to speak, saying, "We let the devil out." Thor then responds, "No, you have not met any devil, Mjolnir, but you will." As he uses his powers to rip up the ground and bury Mjolnir in the rubble. But as Thor is trapped in Mjolnir, Odin calls to him, "Thor." He then runs over saying, "Father, don't move. We must get you help. I can carry you to." Odin says, "I'm not going anywhere, son. Listen to me. I'm sorry. Mjolnir is right. All of these things I have made, they have all come undone. All of them. Except you. You are the greatest thing I've ever made, Thor," which causes Thor to tear up, and rightfully so. Odin continues to say, but I've been selfish. When you took the throne, I had so much more I wanted to do. I wanted your mother to see me again. I wanted to be strong. And so, I held back. Thor responds, "What are you saying? I do not understand." Odin then puts his hand on Thor's chest, saying, "The Odin Force, boy. It cannot be given in full until I am gone." As Odin gives the full power of the Odin Force, sacrificing himself, Thor screams, "Father, no, don't." But it's too late. Odin kills himself anyway to give Thor 100% of the Odin Force. While this is going on, Mjolnir frees itself from the rubble Thor trapped in it, and Thor Volcano then says, "Mjolnir, you have killed in my name, brought misery to my home. You have taken my father's gods. Now we put the hammer down." As we see Thor in new gold armor and a sword possessing 100% of the Odin Force. And this brings us to issue 2 to my home. "You have taken my father, gods. Now we put the hammer down." As we see Thor in new gold armor and a sword possessing 100% of the Odin Force. And this brings us to issue 23, the finale to the story arc. Issue 23 opens up in the past with the younger Thor training with Mjolnir. Odin is also there helping Thor, saying, "Keep your eyes open, boy. Mjolnir cannot hurt you." As he grabs the hammer from Thor, Thor replies, "I'm sorry, father. I just can't seem to find the balance of it." Odin says, "Nothing to be, sorry about that, son. Thing will be the death of you." While we see Odin struggling to hold it, he hands it back to Thor, saying, "It belongs to you anyway." Thor says, "I still don't understand. Why? Well, why is Mjolnir heavier for you?" Odin laughs, saying, "Son, that damn hammer has a mind of its own. There's nothing like it in all existence, and it defies even my own understanding. But we are not here to pry apart the secrets of the universe, boy. You'll have time for that when you are king. Today, we train." Now, the dwarves of Medalvalir, the ones who made Mjolnir, they once told me that the spirits of the dwarves who fell during its creation, those who burned in the fires of the forge, that their souls yet live inside of Mjolnir. Sometimes in the heat of battle, when all seem lost, I have gripped the mallet, and I swear I can hear them. Do you know what they say, son? They say, "Keep your eyes open." As Thor tries again, throwing his hammer and calling it back to himself, he catches it before it smashes into his face, with his father saying, "Well done, boy. See? I knew you could, Thor." Thor then asks Odin, will that happen to me? When I die, will my soul? But Odin says, "You don't have to worry about such things. You will always have a place in the Grand Hall of Valhalla." Thor asks, "And you? Can you die?" Odin replies, "No, son, none of us can. Not really. In death, I will become what I have always been. A legend." As we are brought back to the present with a fully Odin Force powered Thor fighting Mjolnir. Mjolnir then says, "I see I touched a nerve. You always were daddy's boy, Thor, ever since the old man was..." Thor interrupts, slashing her with his sword, saying, "His name is Odin." As his sword shatters, he calls out to Sif, saying, "I need a weapon. Get to the armory and..." But she interrupts him, saying, "Thor, you're using too much of the Odin Force. If you don't stop, you'll fall into the all-sleep. And I cannot protect you once..." He says, "I relieve you of your sword now." She replies, "Very well." Thor then puts his hand out and receives her sword through the Bifrost, saying, "Thank you, Sif. I promise to return it when I am done." And then says, "Bifrost, to me." The Bifrost then wraps around Mjolnir as she says, you can't cage lightning." Thor replies, "Can't I? You are powerful, Mjolnir. You are the lightning that walks. It is great to disrupt a storm, but a storm nonetheless. And I am still your gun." He then grabs the hammer from her, saying, "And this is mine." The essence of Mjolnir then says, "No, you can't do this. You think you won, you will fall, Thor. Like your father." But as Storm says, "Bifrost," Thor then puts his hand out and receives her sword through the Bifrost, saying, "Thank you, Sif. I promise to return it when I am
done. And then says, Bifrost to me. The Bifrost then wraps around Mjolnir as she says, you can't cage lightning. Thor replies, can't I? You are powerful, Mjolnir. You are the lightning that walks, a great and dreadful storm, but a storm nonetheless, and I am still your god. He then grabs the hammer from her, saying, and this is mine. The essence of Mjolnir then says, no, you can't do this. You think you've won? You will fall, Thor, like your father before you. I cannot be separate from that hammer. I am Mjolnir, and I will not be, but Thor interrupts her, saying, you're scared. I can feel it. Else, I feel you trembling. As he taps Mjolnir near the Bifrost to the forge where Mjolnir was born. Thor ignites the forge, saying, this is where you will die. Do you feel that? Mjolnir says, no, you, stay back. Thor then says, it's the heat of 1 billion suns. Unraveling Thor then ignites the forge, saying, and this is, I can feel it, in the balance. I feel you trembling, trapped, afraid. Good. As he traps Mjolnir via the Bifrost to the forge where Mjolnir was born. I can feel it, in the balance. I feel you trembling, trapped, afraid. Good. As he traps Mjolnir via the Bifrost to the forge where Mjolnir was born. Thor then ignites the forge, saying, and this is where you will die. Do you feel that? Mjolnir says, no, you, stay back. Thor then says, it's the heat of 1 billion suns. Unraveling everything that you are. Boiling the enchantments that my father gave to you. Burning the magic that gave you wings. I will unmake you, Mjolnir. As Thor is saying this, she picks the hammer back up, but Thor takes it back, saying, you can't hurt me, as he keeps slamming the hammer down on the ground, slowly cracking it before it shatters. Captions say, the thunder howls across the galaxy, and beneath it, the screams of a fatherless child made God, made king. His cries echo and shake the mountains of Nagavlir with every strike of his treasonous hammer. The last remnant of his father's legacy coming undone in his hands. And on the wheel turns. Fire, rage, eternity, entropy, annihilation. As Thor passes out after he shatters the hammer his father made him so long ago. We then see Thor wake up in Asgard 4 months later with his mother, Loki, and sister Angela at his bedside as he wakes. He says, I've rested long enough. I need to, but his mom says, it's been taken care of, son. It's okay. There's no need to. Angela then says, there wasn't a body to bury, Thor. We'll hold a ceremony, but there's no rush. Thor then pauses and stares before saying, right. Thank you. With Loki saying, Thor, I know this is hard, but Thor interrupts saying, I'm fine, Loki. As Thor puts on his shirt, he says, I don't need anything. Angela then says, this is ridiculous. We all know what he needs. Finish getting dressed and meet me in the armory. He then goes there as we see his hammer has been welded back together. Thor asks, but how? How did you? Angela tells him, all of the angels in heaven, little brother. We are no dwarves, but we did what we could. I don't know what to say, Angela. Why would you? She says, I told you I would clean your mess up if I had to. Consider it clean. You should know it's, he replies, just a I know. I can feel it. There is no magic in it. No power. She tells him, I think that depends on who wields it, don't you? He then says, Angela, I cannot thank you enough for her, as he looks behind him and sees that she's gone. He then kneels before the hammer in tears, saying, Father, I know, somewhere you can hear my prayer. I'm so lost. I can't see the path. Odin's voice then says, keep your eyes open, boy. A king can't rule from his knees. Thor stares at the hammer in shock, saying, Father, alluding that Odin's soul now resides inside of Mjolnir. And with that, issue 23 and the God of Hammer story arc comes to an end. What an ending, guys. First, Thor gets imbued with 100% of the Odin force after Odin sacrifices himself so that Thor could have his full power. Then the story literally ends with a tease of Odin's spirit now being embedded within Mjolnir. So theoretically, Thor will be wielding his father inside of his hammer. This is a crazy and awesome idea. I love Donny Cates' fantastic way. There's so much you can do with this now. This could be like the White Ranger and Saba situation, where Thor and his Odin-imbued Mjolnir interact with one another. It's these types of concepts that makes Donny Cates' writing so much fun, and I cannot wait to see where he takes it from here. I just love the entirety of Donny Cates' story run thus far, but what do you guys think? Let us know in the comments. And that's gonna bring today's episode to a close. But if you like this video, be sure to check out this one right here. And if you like all the content, like, subscribe, and comment. It always helps the channel out. Other than that, I'll see you lovely faces next time. We'll talk about all things comics.
Can't see me, you see me. Wondering how I reach more elementals than Evie. Make it look easy.
What is up, birds? Mike and Paul Asaseda. And in this video, we're going to talk about Frank Castle's new origin story, as well as why he has the powers of Ghost Rider. So, without further ado, let's talk about Punisher #2. Okay, so for those who have not been keeping up, or if you missed my previous video covering Punisher #1, the thing you need to know is that Punisher now works with the hand. the secret organization comprised of undead ninjas that literally spans centuries and some would even dare say has been around. The thing you need Punisher. We're going to talk about Frank. Alright, today's video we're going to be talking about Punisher number 2 by Jason Aaron, Jesus Saez, and Paul Aceceda. And in this video we're going to talk about Frank Castle's new origin story as well as why he has the powers of Ghost Rider. So, without further ado, let's talk about Punisher number 2. Okay, so for those who have not been keeping up, or if you missed my previous video covering Punisher number 1, the thing you need to know is that Punisher now works with the Hand, the secret organization comprised of undead ninjas that literally... Before we get into today's video, I want to talk about our sponsor, Brotherwise Games. Brotherwise Games is a company that is responsible for some of the most popular board games in recent memory. Not to mention their games are accessible. They don't take 10 days to set up, and you don't have to block out an entire weekend just to play them. Pretty much all of their games can be played in a very short amount of time, allowing you to get more replay value out of them, and you can get a lot of their games without having to break the bank the way that you normally do with your board games. Brotherwise Games prides itself on making the types of games that appeal to both casual board gamers as well as hardcore board gamers like myself. I am a huge fan of this company, especially their latest offering, Overboss. Overboss is a spin-off of one of their other popular titles, Boss Monster. Where in Boss Monster you took on the role of Boss Monster's map. Sounds interesting. What is up, Earth's mightiest subscribers? It's Blur Without Fear. Welcome back to the channel. Alright, today's video, we're going to be talking about Punisher number 1, Jason Aaron, Jesus Saez, and Paul Aceceda. And in this video, I'm going to be breaking down exactly why Frank Castle has changed his mission, that he is now working both for, and even in maybe some weird ways, leading the Hand, what that means, and what exactly is it the Hand is offering him that's made him turn to the dark side. When we pick up Punisher number 1, Frank Castle is already under new status quo. This is something that has been teased by Marvel for the last several months. This was something that had all kinds of people crawling out from under rocks and out of the woodwork, complaining about the fact that Marvel was changing Punisher, being angry that his logo was no longer going to be the classic white skull on black or anything like that. And everyone just thought, oh, it's going to be this SJW thing, and Marvel's just trying to appease the SJWs and Black Lives Matter, all this other stuff. When granted from like a real life perspective, yeah, there probably was a little bit of that going on in there somewhere. We all know that the Punisher has had a pretty rough go of it when it comes to image as of late. The skull symbol has been used by white supremacists, by cops who go out and just unlawfully shoot and murder innocent black and brown people who in a lot of cases have done nothing wrong other than just exist. And even Punisher's co-creator, Jerry Carlos, came out and said that people don't understand what the Punisher actually means, that he is not meant to glorify the killing of criminals. Punisher is meant to be an indictment of how broken the criminal justice system really is. All of that aside, the in-universe reason as to why Punisher's logo has changed is because he's no longer operating solo dolo. The Punisher is now working with, and technically for, the Hand. He has become the fist of the beast. He is now being anointed as probably one of the most highest offices within the Hand. Now, that being said, the Hand is a very interesting structure, so to speak, but Frank is actually being treated as though he's one of the highest of the high. In this, we're introduced to a character who is referred to as the Archpriestess. We don't really know her true name, but she is someone who basically has been seeking out the Punisher. She keeps mentioning that he has some hidden power within him that he's not known about. Now, I know some will hear that and immediately be concerned that we're going to be going back to the old days. I think it was mid to late 90s when Punisher had the power of like an archangel or some garbage, or the more recent Frankencastle. I don't know if we're going to be in the old days. I think it was mid to late 90s when Punisher had the power of like an archangel or some garbage, or the more recent Frankencastle. I don't know if we're going to be getting into those kind of shenanigans, but what we're doing is we're going back to revisiting Frankencastle's origin, how his family was gunned down and murdered by by the Punisher. And of course, as we all know, this is the part of his life that galvanized him into becoming the Punisher as we know today. This is just the thing that happens. But when we dig a little bit further into what is going on with Frank, we discover that Frank has some modicum of control and sway over the current direction of the Hand, and what he's been doing is he's been taking the Hand and sending them out after pretty much all the people he normally would have went after. Frank has been going after Hydra, he's been going after African warlords who are trying to undermine Wakanda. He even went out of his way to go find the Hate Monger, and these are all people who are working under what I'm gonna go on a limb and presume, since this is in Greece, they're all wearing helmets very similar to Ares. These guys are called the Apostle of War, even though Frank says he doesn't know who they're working for. Considering their reverence towards a certain god, I think it's safe to say that they work for Ares. All of that aside, this just goes to show that Frank is still technically on mission. He's just doing it in a very different way. And while he is
my hip.
not alone in this, he does tend to handle things himself. Where normally the Hand would leave all the killing of their captors, their hostages, so on and so forth, to the just the lowly ninjas of the clan, Frank chooses to do everything himself, kind of going by the Ned Stark Game of Thrones mentality of the one who passes the sentence should swing the sword. Even when it comes to the people out in the world, it seems like Frank no longer has to just go out into the world like he used to, casing out places and doing all the detective work and legwork to tail all these criminals. The Hand is just going out and doing it for him. There's a point where we see the Hand have lined up over a dozen different people, all named as murderers, rapists, and criminals who escape the criminal justice system, and Frank judges each of them, killing them indiscriminately. If you, in some way, shape, or fashion, has committed some type of a heinous crime like murder or rape, and you somehow weren't punished for it by the justice system, he's going to make sure he's the one who takes care of that. And that is pretty much par for the course for Punisher. Here's the rub. What is it exactly that the Hand have over him? What is they could possibly offer him that would make him join up with them? He knows what they're about. He's dealt with them in the past. Why would he throw in his lot with a bunch of undead zombie ninjas? Well, let's join up with them. He knows what they're about. He's dealt with them in the past. Why would he throw in his lot with a bunch of undead zombie ninjas? Well, it's actually something quite simple. They have something he wants. There's a reason why Jason Aaron calls back to Punisher's origin, the fact that he lost his wife and children to that Masha attack. And even kind of going over the fact that Frank should not have even survived that, and I think that's something that's probably going to get addressed and touched on a little later, but maybe not just right this second. But what they have is, they've given Frank back his wife. His wife, Maria, who was also murdered alongside his children during the Masha assassination attempt. She's the one. Just resurrecting people left and right.
It's this motherfucker!
No, it's not that kind of resurrection. She has been brought back as she was the day she died. And that's the thing I thought was really haunting about this particular instance. When we actually see Frank laying next to his wife, she is still riddled with all the bullet holes from that attack. And I think we can all agree, this is very likely a Hand ninja. She has been brought back the exact same way all ninjas of the Hand are brought back. Now, this is not the first time that something like this has happened. We actually saw something eerily similar to this during Rick Remender's run on Punisher back around the time of around 2009-2010. During this run of Punisher, the Hood, who had recently usurped the master from Wilson Fisk, he was waging his own war against Punisher, and to get inside the Punisher's head, what he did was he had Rick Cass's family resurrect Rhea and both of his children. Now, in this particular instance, Frank chose to as the end of the day, his family is the reason why he does what he does. This all has in his dead wife and children's name. However, at this particular point in time, he knew that this was a lie. He knew that he could truly have them back. And that if he did something this desperately killed from the Hood, would that make him worse or better than the criminals that he tries to take down? And ultimately, Frank chose to not go with it, actually putting a gun to Firebrand's head and forcing him to burn Frank's family alive and then killing him in return. So if Frank didn't see it then, you gotta wonder exactly what Frank's mind is at. Except that now, he's been through a lot. After the events of Secret Empire, he kinda had to come to terms with the fact that no one in the Marvel Comics universe really trusted him because he grew in his logic. In fact, he was basically a hate killer or a Hydra in ways that are very similar to what they used to call Jew hunters back during Nazi Germany. So yeah, you can imagine the guy's been through some things, and I would even imagine that they're probably going to tie in some of the real world elements, the fact that he's probably starting to recognize what he actually represents. Not a symbol of justice, and he's not even a symbol of the indictment of the criminal justice system as he was originally intended. I think they're gonna maybe possibly tie in some of those real world aspects, and I think it's actually not a bad idea to do so. But anyways, that's why Frank Castle is thrown in his lap. And let me know what you thought about Punisher #1, and what are your theories about what's going on with Frank Castle? Keep it plus ultra, and sound off. That literally spans centuries, and some would even dare say has been around since origin story, as well as why he has the powers of Ghost Rider. So, without further ado, let's talk about Punisher #2. Okay, so for those who have not been keeping up, or if you missed my previous video covering Punisher #1, the thing you need to know is that Punisher now works with the Hand, the secret organization comprised of undead ninjas that literally spans centuries, and some would even dare say has been around since the first person was ever killed. Frank Castle is now what is referred to as the Fist of the Beast. If you are familiar with the character Moon Knight, how Moon Knight is the Fist of Khonshu, basically it's just a way of saying that he is supposed to be the avatar, the force of the whatever respected deity he serves. And in this case, it would be the Beast, who is the revered god of the Hand. The Beast is, for all intents and purposes, responsible for why the Hand had as much power as they do. Now, I did just say the Beast is God, but to be more accurate, he's more like just a very high-level demon, but the Hand view him as such, as a god. And right now, Frank Castle is working for the Hand for the simple reason that they were able to resurrect his dead wife. Now, we did posit whether or not Frank Castle's children, who were also murdered in the attack that for all intents and purposes turned him into the Punisher, the children have not been resurrected yet, or at least not as far as we can tell. We know this because when he's talking with his now undead wife, Maria, she asks when the kids coming home, and Frank's answer basically tells us everything that we need to know. There is a part of his bargain with the Hand that is yet to have been met, so the children have not been resurrected yet. And what we do know is that Maria, whatever it's worth, she is currently still alive. What we know is that her eyes have changed to more or less black color, and you can still see the gunshot wounds riddled across her body, which would let you know that the children, should they be resurrected, will have the same appearance. The only reason Frank is doing all of this is because it gets him his family back. Not to mention the Hand had promised him that they would change their ways. Well, as much as murderers and assassins can change their ways, they're still murderers and assassins, but now they're murderers and assassins for the Punisher, going after the people he selects, taking them out, not taking contract from unscrupulous beings as they would in the past, at least as far as he knows. But this comic actually gives us two things brand new to the Punisher. For one, a revised origin. Now, of course, many people may or may not know that Frank Castle was turned into the Punisher when he witnessed his family being gunned down by the mob. Now, depending on the story, sometimes it's just, generic mob or mafioso types. In some cases, it's the Maja, who are kind of like the big mob boss family in the Marvel Comics universe, and that is the story.
I see you've performed another task for us. Here is your usual reward. Please.
Now, yeah, sure,
take it.
The Punisher that his wife and children being murdered.
Now, perhaps of the true ruler of this manor. The Erd Tree blessed the Tarnished with grace, but it was all too meager in the face of the enormity of their task. The Tarnished were forced to scavenge, squabbling for crumbs, like the Shard Bearers vying for power in the wake of the Shattering. Our Lord, indignant, has refused to scurry about, fighting over what miserly scraps they allow us. If the Erd Tree, and indeed the very gods, would debase us so, then we are willing to raise the banner of resistance. even if it means heresy. We at the Volcano Manor, under Lord Rykard, have sworn no rest until it is done. If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will see you. The Lord's visits with our champions are always a spectacle. It cannot come a day too soon. If you follow this it cannot come a day too soon. If it cannot come.
What the fuck? A lizard man.
Brave Tarnished.
A lizard
What is your
lady.
business here? I'm afraid this is not a guest room. What's that peculiar look upon your face? Goodness, am I still a serpent? Oh, how dreadful. How dreadful indeed. Oh, forgive my distress. I ought to be thanking you for
the
treating
fucking
me as
girl.
usual. Despite this appearance, Brave Tarnished, this is my true form. My real name is Zarias. Please forgive the deception. Do understand. This duplicity is my own doing. Lady Tanith speaks no falsehoods. And the Volcano Manor is just as it seems. Lady Tanith is my mother. I am told I was born by the grace of a glorious king, that my mother cherishes this form I inhabit. I am proud of what I am, but people are cruel. If they saw my true form, they wouldn't speak to me, and so I assume a guise when seeking new recruits. But you are not like the rest. My serpentine form and the name Zarias were secrets, known only to Lady Tanith and I. Now I share the secrets with you as well. Please keep them safe from anyone else. My serpent were secret. Now I share this. Please keep them safe.
Look at you. I knew you had. Take this. Especially if you should accept, I'll next see you on the field of battle.
This? You're new here at the manor, but if you complete the request, you can improve your standing. Relax. We're old friends. Time's come to pass the torch, right? Go on, break a leg then. Hello again.
If you follow this heroic path, one day the Lord will. It cannot come a day too soon.
I've seen some cases of nausea where being not lost in the universe is the story. That is what sure, it can the punch. was struck by his own gamma bomb. But in World War Hulk Gamma Files #1, it was revealed that the Hulk was always permitted. Gamma bomb just unleashed it. That's kind of the framing that they're going for. Frank Castle, he was already the Punisher. He was already a disturbed individual who wanted to be already. However, it was him witnessing his family being murdered before his very eyes that gave him that last final push over the edge to become who he was always meant to be. Now, I do kind of find a little bit of this origin story a little bit problematic.
How you doing?
If it cannot... Did you see her?
I think I like this guy. I don't like when people make it like Iron Man wasn't top tier. Like, what the fuck did they get this from? Iron Man was always #1. Bro, when I was a kid, 90s, growing up, Iron Man, Wolverine, Spider-Man, those were the top 3. I think older guys or people more in the comics think that other characters were more popular, like maybe the Fantastic Four. But no, it's always been Wolverine, Spider-Man, Batman. Wolverine, Spider-Man, Batman, the Incredible Hulk. Fuck. Like, them the niggas. Those the guys. The fucking dog. We talking about fucking, bro. Y'all think we really gonna... Y'all talking about fucking... What the fuck was his name, bro? Fuck was his name? Spider-Man, Wolverine.
They created Marvel Studios, began selling the film rights to all their characters to start.
Twentieth Century Fox bought the Fantastic Four and the X-Men, including any character falling under the label. New Line Cinema took Blade and Iron Man. Universal Pictures grabbed Hulk.
Yeah, man, motherfucking Blade was more popular than some of the guys that they try to make you think are popular. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Fucking.
Avengers owners, billionaire Isaac Colton, and his business partner, Bob Conrad, attempted to purchase Marvel Entertainment. After a lengthy court battle, the two companies merged, becoming Marvel Entertainment in 1990, putting Perlmutter at the top and RL behind the wheel of Marvel Studios. At this point, their deals with film studios Stephen Norrington Blade was released in 1980 and was a modest hit. A much bigger hit followed in 2000 with Bryan Singer's X-Men, proving Marvel's properties weren't a fluke and helped kickstart the superhero film genre that continues today. Then in 2002, Sam Raimi's Spider-Man lit off Marvel's superheroes, and with the sequel in 2004, the two films made stop letting movie studios butcher make all the monies. Perlmutter was so impressed by this pitch.
It really does meet me in the battlefield. Holy shit. I didn't think he meant like teamwork.
By partnering with Lionsgate to produce 8 directed films. Lo and behold, it worked. It was time to tackle live action. To fund a full-fledged version, he laid down the rights of 10 properties as collateral for Captain America, Nick Fury, Black Panther, Ant-Man, Doctor Strange, and the Avengers. this failed, Marvel would be an even bigger open shell of empty licenses and Arad was made head of the studio, and he appointed a junior executive as his second in command. He started as an assistant to producer Lauren Schiller, working on Volcano and You've Got Mail. In 2000, as Donner took on the first X-Men, she knew of Feige's immense passion for the world of Marvel, and hired him as an assistant producer. From that point on, Feige worked as some form of a producer on every Marvel film, mainly giving script notes. Arad knew he was the perfect fit. Over those years, Feige knew Marvel's lack of control over their characters and the movies made so far. And working side by side with Maisel, the two of them discussed pie-in-the-sky possibilities of the superhero. I learned
You okay?
If we were to fail, at least we would fail. This is where the idea of a shared universe of films first began to take shape. What if each Marvel movie was a quasi-sequel or spin-off? The characters interweaving throughout, just like they do in the comics. We just wanted to replicate that, and have that as a unique aspect to Marvel Studios films, which the other films up to that point, where each studio had only individual rights. Where to begin? Maisel and Feige needed to put together a roster of heroes that could make this dream a reality. But which hero should we start with? When Maisel first joined Marvel, he stopped negotiations to sell the film rights for Captain America. Feige logged in hard for Captain America to be the first film. But it was decided Iron Man should be the starting point, as he had never been depicted in live action. Therefore, audiences were see notions about it. It wasn't without a lack of trying. Universal tried to make one on the cheap in 1990. The rights eventually lapsed, and 20th Century Fox picked them up in 1996. Then they sold it to New Line in 1999. The likes of Tom Cruise, Nicolas Cage, Quentin Tarantino, and Joss Whedon all floated by the project in some way. The Notebook director, Nick Cassavetes, came the closest in 2004, signing on to the script. This was always happening inside. What the hell are you talking about? After 2 years of false starts, New Line gave up and returned the rights to Marvel in November 2004, calling it a lousy movie. Marvel didn't waste a second and announced that same month that Iron Man would be their first independent feature film with Paramount and distribution. Then the following February, Marvel picked up the rights to the Hulk. We'll get to that eventually. And just like that, Marvel had all the rights to the original 1963 Avengers line. In April of 2006, Marvel Studios came out swinging, announcing films from Captain America, Thor, The Incredible Hulk, and even Nick Fury. On top of that, Ant-Man to be directed by Edgar Wright, and Jon Favreau as the director of Iron Man. Most mainstream press saw this as a list of B-tier superheroes, as they were hardly household names. But fans knew this was potentially an all-star lineup, if done right.
Listen to the characters I named that we're working on currently, and we put them all together. There's no coincidence that may someday equal the Avengers. I think just having that possibility on the horizon is something that excites all of us.
And Marvel was quick to let them know that the days of half-assed adaptations were over. Unless you buy into the gestalt of what is Marvel, and understand the characters and metaphors and treat them as living people, we are not interested. This is material that has withstood the test of history, and the director and writers have to feel a sense of responsibility. With Wright and Favreau, Marvel was sending a message about how they will be thinking outside the box when it came to directors. Favreau had only made 3 films at that point. The indie film Made, the now Christmas classic Elf, and the Jumanji-like flop Zootopia. He may not have been an obvious choice, but Feige saw a director who put characters first.
The whole district is rather staying in reality. It's so superhuman. These heroes are so large that the opportunity for them to sort of screw it down to it would be hard for us to take advantage of these opportunities.
really believed in having a character that was as interesting, if not more interesting, outside of the costume as it was in it. And Marvel Studios Iron Man, that's Peter Parker name, allowed us to say, let's just pass the rest of it.
Speaking of which, that September, Robert Downey Jr. was cast as Tony Stark, aka Iron Man. A casting choice that was truly surreal. You have to understand, today no one could possibly think of anyone else in that role, but then, whew! Sure, he was a dead ringer for Stark, but Downey was a light. He had proven for decades that he was a beyond charismatic actor, earning multiple awards and nominations, but his substance and alcohol abuse was extremely bad. For years, he was constantly in and out of jail or rehab. No studio was sure he was. This is who fights for Favreau.
Mistakes I made.
Signing contracts that would withhold a portion of his salary until the project was complete. And really, it was hard to argue why he wouldn't be perfect for the rich, quick-witted, alcoholic Tony Stark. The best and worst moments of Robert's life have been in the public eye. He had to find an inner balance to overcome obstacles that went far beyond his power. That's Tony Stark.
The only time I've ever been with somebody at a restaurant was when I was looking at fighting after they announced Robert Downey Jr. just to set camera. That was the darkest moment. It explained everything in the movie that made me experience their intense, the integrity they had about what actors they were going for. It was a real sea change once Kevin took over and said, that's the first decision we have to make. And that's the end of the studio.
Rookie screenwriter Art Martin and Matt Holloway wrote the initial draft of Iron Man, and Children of Men writers Mark Ferguson and Paul Osborne wrote another, both updating the comic from the Vietnam War to the current day of Afghanistan. Favreau combined the two and had frequent team collaborator John Adams given an uncredited part. After the script was complete, Feige ran it past multiple Marvel creatives and executives. Marvel Entertainment President Alan Fine, Marvel Studios co-president Luis Esposito, Marvel Comics President of Publishing Dan Buckley, Marvel's Chief Creative Officer Joe Quesada, and writer Brian Michael Bendis. This group unofficially became known as the Marvel Creative Committee. Their goal was to call out issues with current scripts and help ensure that they remained true to the comics. Their intention was pure, but they also made things more possible. Getting conflicting news. One that finally went to wrestle or the studio. Favreau flew in various comic reviews to give their honest feedback about the first
We thought the script needed a lot of work. Tweaks in rehearsal. Really and then the day before shooting, what we did is that we often needed my trailer before work for 2 or 3 hours trying to figure out what we're going to shoot that day. There's no script. You know, the crew would be in there tapping their foot waiting for us, and we'd be in there, you know, playing each other's parts and improvising. You know, John would be calling writer friends of his.
Downey would frequently call writer-director Shane Black to get ideas for better lines, after they both staged their comebacks in Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Once filming got going in March of 2007, Favreau handled production with a confident, steady hand. He took a heavy improvisational style to shoot, and the cast and crew fell into a groove.
You are making $200 million got John Favreau and Downey. They're so good, man. Relax and have fun. That's we just jammed, had a great time, and I think it's up there on the screen.
And in that spirit, the film actually ends with an ad-lib from Downey.
Truth is, I am Iron Man.
This one line changed how superhero movies could be made. Not only did it ditch decades of the secret identity trope, it made comics realistic with people. It allowed people to really replacing all the sources. In this controlled chaos, Favreau created the tone and style of the entire MCU going forward. The relatable characters, smart dialogue, fantasy locations, showdowns, and nothing too heavy. Yet, with a total cost of $140 million, Iron Man finished Wait, I didn't see that. Fueled by a rock and roll marketing campaign, the debut of a B-tier superhero on May 2nd, 2008 opened to a massive $98 million, the second biggest opening for a non-sequel. It topped out and hit intelligent and brilliant. It also was a starring performance that was nothing short of iconic. It goes without saying, the performance in it. Today, it seems insane to think of Downey or Marvel Studios being a main or Iron Man as all of that was true. Forged the franchise. Cinema. Marvel's first shot as an independent was a success.
The rest is history.
But what goes up? With the overwhelming success of Iron Man, Marvel Studios proved that they were more than just a little engine that could. Their next ambitious target was producing multiple films that would assemble into a single team-up blockbuster. But getting there was nothing but work. Marvel's designed by committee philosophy.
These motherfuckers are so strong.
There was an idea. The idea was to bring together a group of remarkable.
What's popping off? The baby's in the news cycle again.
What is he doing this time?
Charged with felony battery. Alleged music video attack. The baby is facing criminal charges for a beatdown. The man claims he suffered for trying to stop the rapper's entourage from shooting a music video on his property. The rapper has been charged with felony battery by the LA County District Attorney's Office for an incident in early December last year, which allegedly left the guy, Gary Pager, with serious injuries. There's another man named Thank God Awute, who's being charged as well. Prosecutors claim he was DaBaby's cohort in crime. They hit him with felony robbery. Pager filed a lawsuit in February claiming he was attacked for enforcing basic property rental rules at his place. DaBaby and his team rented a massive pad that Pager manages in LA. Pager says he was told it was going to be a vacation place for DaBaby and his pals. Pager says he made clear there was a guest. No claims DaBaby's management team agreed to in a rental agreement. During their week-long stay, Pager says he became aware that they were waiving the property and complained to DaBaby's team. They assured, falsely, he says, that they wouldn't be there for long. Eventually, on December 2nd, he says he paid a visit himself and realized they were shooting a music video there, with an entire film crew and a ton of other people walking around. Upwards of 40, he says. Pager tried to shut the whole thing down by talking to DaBaby. That's when he claims he was attacked by someone in DaBaby's crew, part of which was caught on video. He says DaBaby ordered the guy off Pager, but then allegedly sucker punched him in the face, knocking his tooth out, thus per the lawsuit. Sounds like Pager went to the authorities after this, and now they're coming down hard on DaBaby and co. Tough few weeks for DaBaby, etc., etc. This was for Stunner for Vegas music video shoot. DaBaby, actually, if you look at the video, which is up on my Twitter, I can't put it up on YouTube. DaBaby doesn't touch this guy. One of DaBaby's homies takes this guy, I don't know if he punches or pushes him, throws him on the ground, and he's about to hit him again, and then it's Stunner for Vegas at the end, pushes him off. This is an old man in his 50s or 60s that's managing this property. And this is what they do to him. I don't want to hear nobody talk about the people around you. They are a representation and a reflection of who you are. This person, he wouldn't be around DaBaby if he didn't reflect on DaBaby. Why do you think companies drop people when they don't align with the company's vision or what the company believes to be right or purports to be right? Because they don't want to align themselves with you. So I don't want to hear, oh, this guy just did it. It ain't got nothing to do with DaBaby. No, DaBaby's the head honcho in charge, and this is what it is. And they're getting angry about this. This isn't the first time DaBaby was upset that he wasn't allowed to record a music video or do whatever the hell he was. Hell, didn't DaBaby just shoot someone for getting on his property? These rules are, hey, you can't come on my property. This guy who's managing the property said you can't shoot music videos. You can't have over 12 people. They agreed to this. And then they bring 40 plus people. And I don't want to hear people say, oh, nah, you know, DaBaby, he just be defending himself, man. Yeah, DaBaby continuously finds himself in a situation where he needs to, quote unquote, defend himself. Against one old 60-year-old man against 40 people. I'm pretty sure DaBaby felt really threatened. What's the excuse that the people that just keep riding for DaBaby, trying to make him seem like some innocent victim that always has to protect himself, gonna use for this one? Oh man, nah, they might have thought he had a gun. Come on. It's ridiculous. Should DaBaby be charged? I don't know. I don't know the law when it comes to this. They were saying that DaBaby ordered him to do that. That could be the case. But it's disgusting. You're a young individual. You're way stronger than this guy. There's way more of you. He's politely asking you guys, hey, we have a meeting. I told you guys about it before. And then you still decided to continue and record this music video. Just take your help. You knew the agreement before. Just say, hey, I'm sorry. Would you mind letting us record? Can we pay? Try to work it out diplomatically. He still says no. Then say, okay, here's what it is. Cut your losses and leave. That's what a respectful person would do. That's what someone who understands the rules of other people, the limits that other people has, and also respects their boundaries and what they can do with the properties that they're managing does. That's not DaBaby. The only thing DaBaby respects is what DaBaby wants. So DaBaby said, I'm shooting a music video here, and you're either going to get the hell out the way and let us do it, or we're going to get you out the way. And that's what happened. So DaBaby deserves whatever consequences he gets, man. I'm tired of DaBaby. I'm tired of people painting him as this innocent victim. He ain't no innocent victim. How many violent attacks do we need to see? Or people involved in violence immediately surrounding him? If it was someone that DaBaby was cool with, and DaBaby wasn't there, and then it happens, like, you know, you can't really throw that on DaBaby. But DaBaby has demonstrated himself to be nothing but disrespectful. If you guys remember the incident on a flight when he was just insulting this woman's hair for a particular hairstyle she decided to have and saying it's unprofessional, clowning her, for all of social media. I think it's just starting to bite him now, and people got fed up and they said, you know what, we're tired of this DaBaby guy. It's time for us to get him out of here. Do I wish for DaBaby to lose his career? Absolutely not. That's not something I would wish on. I don't think that's something I would wish on anybody, really. I do think DaBaby needs to do some reflecting, and I don't want to hear DaBaby's young. DaBaby's 30 years old. That is a grown man. He's had plenty of time to figure out, hey, this is right, this is wrong, I've suffered consequences for this, and maybe it's because he hasn't really suffered consequences for it. So he keeps moving how he moves, thinking he can get away with anything. And I think the industry or some powerful people thought, well, we're going to humble you today and show you that you can't walk around like you own, do anything that you want with zero repercussions. I think DaBaby's probably going to skate legally and not get into any trouble. But like I said in the previous video when it came to the shooting, that's not going to get brought up. Like, it hurts his brain. It hurts DaBaby's opportunities. It hurts DaBaby's ability to continue to make these shows. I don't have a level of very friendly students. Isn't doing that hot either. This is sort of a standard. All these brands that have worked with him in the past don't seem to be lining up to work with him. Who do you blame them? This guy is nothing but straight violence. These guys could have rented a property and then improperly telling them, hey, we're renting this property. So we'll be here from this and this date. They probably would have charged them a lot. So that's why they didn't do it, I should say. If you're going to take the risk of a lower price tag, I guess you could say, by just renting the property and then shooting a music video with it, you're going to have to run the risk of them shutting it down and saying, hey, we did not agree to this. Maybe it's probably not the right sign. Maybe it's still the fault of the baby. It's a situation. If he's going to be mad at anyone that they can't record, he should be mad at his management, not the individual that manages the property and says, hey, look, here's the agreement. It's 12 people. You're far above 12 people. You're at 40. You definitely didn't say you could record a music video. Let me know what y'all think in the comments. Are they just trying to make DaBaby look bad and he's just an innocent victim that always feels the need to punch somebody, get somebody punched, get somebody pushed? Was this old man really threatening? Let me know in the comments. Like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell if you enjoyed. Follow me on Twitter and Instagram. Thank you for watching. Peace.
Is your value just feel like that was what? It was frustrating. I'm like, how do I want to do that? Do it. No, but I don't know how to play it to the. You do it now, though. No, I don't. You do it now. Of course I do. You got a whole alter ego, any act like you got a few acts, but you do it now. From you. You do it now, though. Then imagine what that would have been like if you would have did it then. Because that was part
What's
of
up?
It wasn't that you and I were just so great. Behind the scenes, people were great. Complex. And just little moments and making them vibe. They were like a machine at that.
Seek the boss.
So we would go in there, bug out, make a face. And I came in and had a camera. Show me them game. Of course. Like, imagine if you were doing that then. Show me doing it and them doing it. Oh my God. Now you don't know about that. That whole moment was such a tease.
that's what kills me for this. The whole thing with the Migos, this and third. I'm trying to process this in the slowest way possible, and I'm like, wait, why did Joe get up? Wait, why are they getting up? What's going on? Yo, the cameras is on. Yo, I'm supposed to keep this shit going. What am I supposed to do? I felt you just knew how to deal with everything, and it was just kind of like just way beyond where I was at the moment. I felt lost.
You were lost in that moment. But that's a red carpet award show.
But that's your first like red carpet on the press side. Now. You did an interview before as like journalist or press?
Yeah.
Really?
I just may not have been the most popular press, but yeah. I did red carpet at the BET Awards. What year was that? Damn, I don't remember what year it was. And I did the Hip Hop Awards. Like the BET tapped me to be the host that interviewed the artists as they came on. This was a while ago because Future wasn't all the way Future yet. Like it was a different time, 2013-ish, somewhere around there.
This episode is brought to you by CoverGirl. On the right side of the bed, it's clean hydration. Skincare, featuring supercharged hydrating cleanser.
It is
moisturizer with each skin type.
We have reached the land of Nicholas Hay Victory, where Lobo and I began our travels. It's entirely thanks to you that I'm so close to home. These great snow-laden lands stretch far to the north, and beyond the ancient bowers, in the liturgical town of Ogna, lies the place to which I must return.
Well, you know, and when you've been on red carpets before, like you understand the hostile environment of a red carpet. And I've been an executive producer, so like I'm there as the talent, but I'm also here as the producer. So when I'm the only one with the in-ear. Even today, I come here. First thing I do, headphones. That's producer shit. I got the in-ear. You don't. Y'all can't hear. That's like a quarterback on the road in a playoff game trying to give the six signs. Just fucking crowd as loud as hell. I know that these people on the award, they got to go. We're in a time where somebody else. Let's get them out of here. How can I tell act? Let's get them out of here.
Let's have fun, man.
We had a lot of fun.
All the Beatles.
I love him too, though.
You know, I was a little mad though.
I love him too.
We talked to Dre for longer. Why are we talking to, I'm like, you don't have to report, like, you know, clearly, yeah, certain things come.
Yeah, that's not why we spoke any longer.
Well, I thought, again, not thinking on production terms, I'm thinking, we're talking to the people who we really want to talk to. This is not the turf. Sometimes we got the Migos. We're going to stretch this for as long as we need to. We're not cutting it off. They got, like, fucking alert to say, P has to grab the Migos and say, we have to walk. Stop. Were you nervous when Elliot wanted to do the show with you and you had the audition with me and you said, ask the guy? Were you nervous? Because, you know, you vouching for me at that point, right? Granted, they like me for numbers and shit, but you're like, no, the content's gonna work. Were you nervous that it was gonna be successful or you might look like a fool?
You gotta have the ability to sense the smash.
You auditioned for 8 months.
If that, I was finished at 3. They were. That was dope. Whatever they needed to do, I was done at minute 3.
What did you see?
I saw chemistry and contrast. I saw personality. I saw personality. I saw willingness, eagerness. There was a work ethic there, and you could talk like you have that now. Like you're long-winded. That's a real talent for people to be able to talk by themselves. I say it all the time. People probably realize how important it is. You do that well. And you just sit there talking, they ask you one thing, I think this. And
but so, you know, I've used this now, and I use it on the Patreon episode, but I really want to correct it because I think in terms of content, maybe it's super talented. I've always said you're not one thing. But what I think is definitely underlooked is that you're really good at picking and putting together hits. Which that's like a GM. I would say LeBron, but so whoever the great GM is. And I'm wondering, so it's not only you saying, hey, this is Smash, because if you did the show with Elliot, for that to work, it would have to be a different guy for the show. Like, how are you processing it in real time to say, this is the
I was no longer we couldn't do it, right? So you have to look at that. Trying to do that person sometimes.
Joe has a main character, just that persona of what legitimately made him feel and act the way he did. Joe was someone who was disgruntled. Well, they say disgruntled. I won't say disgruntled, but I'm really familiar with a lot of them. But it's the same thing, man. Be a mid player. Resentment on how easy it was. How much they didn't know they were. With all those things that were going for them that you never had, they took you for granted. Really slow down. That's the goal. For them to get the information, for them to sign better deals. You only get angry when they take it for granted. And then you want to try to play your role to
Where the fuck did the car go? Oh my god.
Everyday Struggle Joe wasn't the best example of me being that because it was my first time interviewing people. Yeah, it was my first interview. Yeah.
Mentorship. I feel like that's what you described.
Everybody needs it. I need it from the OGs. The younger kids need it from their OGs. Right? Everybody got an OG. OG and never stops.
And by the way, I always tell people, like, you know, I've always either mentorship or watching someone who's been there before. Like I've always said, like, for example, when it comes to media, I look at you and I look at Charlemagne, because I feel like, and I still feel like this is good. If there's going to be a business deal, a business opportunity as it relates to media and media personality, you guys most likely will have those conversations before. So, Joe gets it. I think we're trying to be like, yo, it's Joe.
I gotta take a piss. I'll be right back.
Let's go get out.
Yo, anybody in the chat? Anybody can point me in the direction of that the illuminating torch?
Now, because of that, I try to be the person who I don't want to make mistakes. So let me watch you guys and how you guys either weed it out or how you guys deal with it. And so I've always looked at you guys in terms of that. And I think that's kind of
Okay, we're good.
because I'm always communicative with you in terms of, hey, this is what's going on. And
I want to know if the sentry torch will also illuminate the fucking bridge.
I have the benefit of not being the first. It's like Squid Games. It's like, you know when they're playing that game with the people hopping on the glass? Yeah. You don't want to be the guy in the front. Because, yeah, you get a couple, you get two right, then you hop on the next one and it's wrong. That's bottom. You know who wins?
Unless you're the guy, and I like that example. Because, know who Joe is? I'm the guy that made the glass, so what the color was, he was last, and then
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm the That's what Joe does. He would have done just that.
He wouldn't want it because the whole goal of the game is something that can't make it.
That's why I like this example. I'll lead the way. And then I'll go make all the noise. I'll do the yelling, the screaming, I'll find the loopholes, the invisible trick lines, and tell everybody behind me. I love that example.
But then people might be like, well, you failed.
It's always a failure until you succeed.
I remember early when we were on, there's a moment, I don't know if I've ever addressed this, they correctly attributed this to, at the time I was going through it with,
Yeah.
I was going through it with, Desus and me, okay? But in reality, that was around the time when...
These guys ever. Jesus.
Anyway, the whole point was that we're going through this whole thing where they're trying to figure out if you're going to stay. They're telling me these things, which, by the way, like, there was something that, even though we'd have these conversations outside the complex, outside, literally outside the doors, and then I'd go home and I would say to myself, I kept holding on to that, and there was a moment I think I got emotional on camera, on screen, like 4 times. And I think they were like, "Oh, Easton Mary made you cry," and I was like, no, that's not what it was. I was like, there was a moment that I felt everything I was working for in this career. I felt I got it. And I went over all the little petty things of, oh, there's something on camera like, oh, we're now. Like, this shit is the hit. And when you were gonna leave, I was like I remember talking to Complex and
What the fuck is that?
How could we keep this? And when I felt I couldn't do anything else, I
that shit. Potentially could deliver if you ever got the ad side of this right. The mic people, sound people are being paid. We're looking at them being paid. Yeah. That's not true. That's not true at all. I stopped playing ball when that Friday shenanigans shit went on.
So like 6 months in.
Yeah, before. Because who dictates good faith? That's not good faith. That's not good faith. See, with me, I know the price. When you're responsible for building shows and chemistry and just building anything for that matter, like, you know that the price of the brick has to eventually go up.
Right.
You know that.
But then
So now, you go to the people. Why they shouldn't raise it. Alright, I don't have a choice but to leave.
Clear it up for me.
Give it to me.
This is what they were so good. They said act. Because they actually went in there and good thing I made up for. Well, you made up for this. Oh no, we gotta keep it. This is time when negotiations are happening. We were talking on the side. And I go into them and I said, listen, man, so I mean, this is my, I'm straight. Give the rest to Joe. Yes, it is
oh
my
Lord.
Yes.
Don't you ever do that. Don't you ever do that again.
Don't you remember the NBA where like this one basketball player was like, I take a pay cut to get the guys.
Don't you ever.
I was the Clippers. I think it was like, I can't remember who it was.
In my opinion,